Hello. Oh god. Hi Malicious McPie. Hi Narix. What the is this? I don't know. I don't know. It's something. It's something. How are you doing? Oh, you know what? I actually remembered. Click to start caption. Ah, I remember now. So yeah, welcome in. Welcome to my secret stream that happens occasionally thing. But why? Oh, hi Rogue. Oh yeah, I don't think I can drink like this. Shiny KO'd me. The shiny is the nut bun all along. Wow, I can't believe it. The nut bun betrayed me. But then it's like I have several things to talk about tonight, so that's why I'm doing this. I mean, I occasionally do stream like this. You know, starting at 10 p.m. p.m. Oh sure. I'm good. There's a few things I want to say, and then I was like, why not just play Tekken as well? Because I heckin' love. Hi Merp. Welcome, bro. Hope you're doing good. Oh, everyone is doing good. Let me moisturize real quick. Alright, so I'm gonna open up Tekken. At the same time, let's talk about the things I want to talk about, because I do want to play Tekken. I don't know why I crave for Tekken today. Just gonna do it. And let me need to string myself. Oop. Nah. Am I small enough? Nah. I am now small enough. Let me close this. Let me open up Tekken. I'm gonna play Tekken. Doing good, chasing the sausage. Ah, sausage! Hey, good luck. You're doing great. You will get that sausage someday. I believe. Kobold to Kobold, you got this. Oh boy. So, okay, first things first, I did say that I will be flying away for a bit of a business trip. Alright, just a small business trip for a few days, from 12 to 14. So I want to be here. I will not be streaming on 12 to 14, which is Friday to Sunday. I will not be here. So yeah, it's pretty fast. It looks fast, definitely. Still, you got this, Merp. Keep rolling. As the song goes, can I sing that one? Keep rolling. You got this. Hi, Brian. I mean, I already said this a bunch of times for my previous streams, right? I will not be streaming for that few days from 12 to 14. So, but that was like, since 12 to 14 is like what, Friday to Sunday. It's like, gosh, that's 3 days. So at the back of my mind, I was thinking like, maybe, just maybe, that I could take a week off. I could actually take a week off and be a dick. You know, just like, resting Maximus. Do you know what I mean? I might do that. Actually, I will do that. It sounds good. It sounds good though. Although, oh yeah. Before you ask like, why suddenly decide to take a week off? You know, I have an excuse backed up for this. Last night, while I was celebrating my friend's birthday, we went to a hot pot shop, and I was not fully recovered, mind you. I was not fully recovered, I went to the hot pot shop. Ah, I deserve that. I went to the hot pot shop place. I ate a ton. Did not really control myself. So my sickness got worse. I lost my voice this morning. But now I'm good. I'm eating a bunch of, like, you know that Hou Long Tang, a literal translation, road candy. Inverse big flop, kinda. It's kind of worth though. It's hot pot good, hot pot good, hot pot very good. Beat 'em up, hi Bracky. I will beat 'em up. Yeah, I got beat up instead. I got beat up. Help. Cheesecake bully. Yeah, I also forgot. It's like Fisherman, but it's not. You know the Fisherman brand candy that helps with sore throat? Hi, Cheesecake. Hope you're all doing good. And this wonderful night. Well, it's night for me. Probably it's like, even if it's morning or afternoon for y'all. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. So yeah, since I voluntarily made my sickness worse. Oh, god damn it. I'm gonna take a week off. I'm gonna take a week off because I myself is being a dick. What a bargain. Ninjom one? I don't know about Ninjom though. I only know about Fisherman. Since I don't really eat those a lot, I threw away the box. I don't have it now. With the brightness color. I have no idea. Gonna go to work soon? Oh god. It's morning for you? Ah. Hope you have good sleep. So yeah, with that being said, it is now official. I will be taking a week off. Since it's okay to discuss kinky stuff with you on Discord. You mean on stream or not on stream? I mean on stream? Isn't it a little bit TOS? Is it TOS? It's just talking, it's not doing it. I think someone to just talk. Off stream. Can. I might be very dumbfounded on most of the stuff though, so please don't be surprised when I'm like, huh? But I'm open, I'm okay with that, don't worry. So yeah, since Discord or Telegram, no, not Facebook anymore. I like it, but and I cannot lie. Hey. Booba. I don't really use Facebook as much anymore. I mean, I do use Facebook, but only like so rarely these days. For messaging wise, I still prefer Telegram and or Discord. I still kind of prefer Telegram in a way, even though to be completely honest, I did not check my Telegram as often as I do. I'm sorry, right? But I assure you, I would check Telegram. Maybe I should check Telegram more. I'm sorry, alright? But I still sort of leaning towards Telegram a little bit more, just because there's so many sticker packs to use, and I don't need Discord Nitro to use animated ones. So yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Take your time, definitely. Yup. Oh yeah, to repeat what I just said, TLDR maybe. Although don't worry, I will say I will post all of these on Discord afterwards, so you guys will know what's going on instead of just like going blank. It's like, huh? Where the stupid kobold? Why not stream one? It's like, so yeah, everything will be on Discord. No. I might, but I don't want to. I feel I haven't installed Frontier. I got fucking bully. The dragon is not supposed to bully kobold. What do you mean? I am sad kobold noises. So in short, I will not be streaming for a week until next Thursday. God, that's a long... I mean, to be fair, I'm going out. I'm going out on May 12th to May 14th, okay? That's a few days. And I'm still a little bit sick. Don't worry about it. A week. I will not be here for a week, pretty much. So I will say all of this on Discord, with some embarrassment, of course. with a little bit of embarrassment, all right. I'm not made of iron. I'm sure I'm always supposed to bully kobold. Oh, nuh-uh. Not this one. This one will cry. This one will cry as a self-defense mechanism. It's a very, very scary and useful one. I don't think I need to warm up anymore, honestly. Oh, that's a perfect one. See that one? That one right there? Forward, down, down, forward, 2 at the same time. That's a perfect one. That's a 13 frame electric. I cannot do it consistently. I cannot do it like... I can only do it accidentally. That shit's hard. Oh, what? Koitalik to bully for me to bully instead. I don't know what koitalik is, but okay, that's one thing. Another thing is remember I said about my hospital visit yesterday? On Monday, I was so stressed out about I did a kobold italic. God, fuck. Little shit. Come here, I'll bite you. Yeah, hospital visit actually went so damn fucking well. I finally met a doctor who is an actual human being who doesn't just read books anymore. Yesterday was the happiest day of all of my 17 years of hospital visiting. Hospital visits is scary, yeah, but it's not mentally it has not been good to me mentally. They keep reminding me that I will die way earlier than my parents do. Like for the past 10 years, my mental capacity has been draining. Because every time I go to the hospital, I need to think about how to lie just to get, just to be like on the okay side of a doctor. And doctor always says that it's just because I don't really like listen to them because I don't eat 3 pieces of biscuit for each meal. All right. Just because I don't do that, and they keep saying me as the the very non-compliant patient on my book record every time. And they also say something about me being clinically asympathetic. And it's like, oh, I don't know what that means. Actually, let me search it out. It's been said, it's been written down multiple times that doctors deem me to be like very not compliant. I don't listen to doctors all the time, and then I don't know what clinically asympathetic means, so I'm gonna sympathetic. This one, but it's asympathetic. Also, cheesecake is very stinky. Did I read it wrong? I should get my book. So yeah, I met a really good doctor who actually knows human and doesn't just treat me like a book. All right, I'm gonna go get the book. Good thing the book is behind me. Asymptomatic? Maybe. Let me read the book again. I have the book. You know how, doctor's handwriting, it's weird, right? Oh, what the fuck? That doctor was Tato? The doctor yesterday who met me was Tato? Oh, that's besides the point. Oh, asymptomatic, you're right. Clinically... Yeah, did not bring his meds, because I did not have to bring my meds, for whatever reason. The meds are already recorded here, and they still want me to bring it, and it's just like shit on me for not bringing it. Not compliant tends to forget, they say. A person affected by a condition but producing or showing no symptoms of it? Why would I want that shit? I assume they are saying that because I don't really care about my fucking diabetes. I'm trying to live like a normal person. Fuck that. I'm pissed. What? Is it just because I have diabetes type 1 and I just have to remind myself every day? It's like, oh, I have diabetes type 1. I cannot eat this. I'm not about that. Got to go. Catch y'all later. See you in the Discord. See you in the Discord, Brian. I saw all your posts. I may be quiet, but I read all of them. I promise. Also, thanks, Narix. So, yeah. Finally, a good doctor who knows how to treat patient like a human instead of a book. The cheesecake is stinky. And at this rate, the cheesecake's gonna be moldy. Sorry, not sorry. Ooh. Wow. They stink. I wonder if anyone plays during the nighttime. I'm pretty sure they do. A 5-bar? Wow. Wings of fire. Hi. Hello. Get ready for the next battle. It's just kind of awkward to me. The name Wings of Fire just reminds me of a dragon. That makes me kind of happy. Sorry. God, look, I'm very weird during nighttime. I'm sorry. God. Man, a nice doctor. The doctor is trying to get me into a program to save to save my cost insulin wise. Hell sweet, but wow, you duck against Heihachi? Seriously? I know you want to do strings. Wow, shit. Oh fuck. Oh, they duck on wake up. That's good to know. I'm Seiryu. I should behave like nothing like a Seiryu because I suck. How do I play this game? Wait a pull. Jump by. There we go. What you gonna do about it? Nope. Nope. It's a book series about dragons. Ah, that's awfully nice. Hell yeah. Demo man, nice. Low, hadang. You like the low, huh? Erai. Bitch, no punish, really? God, I suck! Oh, well, I'm dead. Welcome to Paul's damage. No walls though, I'm good. Low? Atang? If I see a dash foot... fuck!
Nice combo.
I got green rank setup, ED! Don't step. Cannot electric anymore, really? Jump by? Nuh-uh! Don't you dare low me! Get out of here! Yeet.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
Hell sheep! Let's go! Oh, no duck? Wow, nice disrespect. This guy didn't hold bank when getting comboed? 36 seconds. I can wait it now. Let's go! Don't you even dare trying to do that shit at me. Interesting call, but I think I can sort of just keep health sweeping this guy. They don't duck the second hit of my Beyblade. My Beyblade's not getting ducked. I think I can cheese this out. Down 4, let's go. Punch. Fuck. Don't, no. Nuh-uh. We. Open the door. Let's go. Maybe? Hey, oh, damage? What the fuck is wrong with you? No. Oh, that's actually good. Oh, what I duck? I deserve this.
What the fuck is that?
Hop kick. Wee. That's a punish. That's beautiful. Ooh, nice. What are you doing? What kind of tech is that? New Paul tech? Oh, I got baited. That's a hard combo. For an overlord trying to do, not bad. Nuh-uh. Oh, I hate it. Open the door. Oh, what the fuck, really? That's new. Oh fuck. Hook kick!
Excellent tackle.
Nice. Oh, I did no. Fuck you.
Come on, man.
I'll take it.
I can't understand. Fucking fight.
Nice. Low. It feels like they go for a lot of lows on wake up. Really? Really? Hell sweep. On the 5 bar too. Connection is absolutely wonderful. Don't you been there?
Excellent tackle.
Nuh-uh. Hey, yo, fuck. I thought I pressed 1+2.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
Oh, fuck. I deserve this. I got God. So yeah, regarding the hospital visit, I met the best doctor. Doctor's trying to register me to a program. Yeah, go. You go first. It's
Hey, hello,
okay.
cannot understand where the subtitles.
Bye bye, Narix.
Okay.
It's getting late. Let's kaja. Oh, that's a punish. Woohoo!
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Hell sweep. Oh, they actually duck it. Nice. Nope. Oh shit. That's not punish. Oh, nice. Oos. Low. Then duck. Why do I keep getting baited? Low. Low. Can we do low? Low. Then duck. Let's go. Nice combo.
Excellent tackle.
Have a sweep. Ooh. Uh-oh, I'm dead. Didn't you know you can float me with a jab there?
I can't understand. Fucking fight.
Nice. I disrespected that shit so hard. Oh, doesn't work that way. Oh shit. Don't know why I dashed in for the second hit.
Nice combo.
I think that's not a punish. That's not a punish. I did something stupid now. Hell sweep. Nice. They actually got something. I didn't duck the second hit. Oh, I need to stop getting baited by that. Fuck. You're not doing it again. You're not gonna do it again? Why am I so stupid? Okay, I need to wake up.
Nice combo.
Why am I playing Tekken late at night?
Calm down, man. Calm down. Fight.
가자! I ducked. Power slow is not scary, come on. It's fine. Rather?
Excellent combo. Excellent tackle. Liso opening.
Oh yeah, program. The program is a collab between the Novo company, which is the insulin company, and also Malaysia government. They're gonna they have this program, and then Dr. Pham is trying to get me into it. to help diabetic patients. So it's like if it's a successful enrollment for me, then the government will always like sponsor. I don't know if it's sponsor or just they just give 200 ringgit every month, I think, to the patient in the system or in the program, to help buy those the needles that's needed for both checking the blood sugar level, the thing, and also for the pen mode, the pen insulin. Insulin is like a pen. You have to like sort of lock a needle onto it. So those needle head I need to buy, and also the blood sugar checking slip that I need to buy as well. Now that shit is expensive. For 25, no. Oh, sorry, not 25, 50. Yeah, 50 slip costs about 64 ringgit. So it's like, yeah, it's quite costly, to be honest. So the problem is being identified, and they have this program trying to help us, and also it will help diabetic patient in general, because they have this little app thing for the phone, so I can just check in home and then just like type in my results in the app, in the website, so that the doctor in charge, let's say Dr. Fan, for example, which is the doctor that I looked yesterday, he can just look at the result when I type it in on the spot. So there's no need to go to hospital visit every damn month. save time. Jab, 1-1. Why do you do down for 1-1 so much? Nice low. Hey, again? I'm sure dead. God fucking damn. Hey!
Wow! Nice delay.
All good.
What the fuck is that? Fight.
Interesting serial play? Why do I feel like this guy doesn't have much fundamentals? Is he just, what the fuck is that? I'm dead. Goodbye world. Floor break? Floor break? Floor break? No. Nice punish.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
God's keys. I'm pretty sure they ducked the second hit. What? Really? Jesus. What am I doing? I can duck the second of like Jaya can, I think.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
Hell sweep. Oh shit, they duck, okay. Yeah, I was like, maybe they weren't expecting me to do it so early. Oh, against them, you know? Don't have a bar, don't do that shit. I didn't duck. I didn't punish. I'm bad. Oh! I'm dead. Oh, nice. I have no patience against keys. Oh, there was the demo as well, fuck. Don't ask me why I'm playing Tekken so late at night. Like, I don't think my brain is spinning or actually working. Are you here? Didn't hold back? Alright. 3. I'm Heihachi! Let's go!
What the fuck is that?
Down 4? Down 4? Hey, god, that was a nice whiff punish. Don't do that. Ooh, he crushes that move? Insane. Mid. Ah, fuck. Oh, dude. I fuck.
Nice combo.
Fucking geese, man. Hunting Hawk. Ooh, nice step. That was beautiful. Am I dead? That's good damage, right? Stop, stop. I don't appreciate that. Eli? What the fuck is that? Really? What the fuck? I don't understand, camera. What the fuck is that? Don't step. Nice, I ducked. That was obvious. Because I ducked before. Nice stick jab.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. Calm down, man. Calm down. Fight.
Big jab there? Ooh. Oh, I'm a little bit too late. Going down? Nice. I don't like that. Why are you pressing buttons then? We both suck. We both suck. I don't know what I'm doing. God damn it. I'm half awake, but I just want to play Tekken because I want to. That's about it. Oh, guys, actually I forgot one thing. I bought a game. I cannot help but buy crab champions because, you know, it's crab. Downfall? Ooh, I need to be careful. I keep getting hit by heckin' get up kicks. That doesn't feel good.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Hunting Hawk. Nice. My bad habit is to do Demon Uppercut and then after that just do an electric for whatever reason. I'm Heihachi. Hey.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
Hey, fuck. Maybe I should not. Maybe I just roll away. Big chat? Jesus. I like the damage. Ooh, nice step. Oh, I realized when they have bar, they tend to sidestep at the round start. Gonna keep that in mind then. You don't have a bar. Why are you using that? Why are you using that move? Jesus. Downfall? Hey, I pressed it though.
Excellent.
The 1+2, the hand, I saw it.
Yuvu, good evening. Surprise stream A.
Hi, Tingte. Surprise stream? Kinda. Just to update a little bit of things that's gonna happen for the next few days. Hey, fuck, that's a launcher. Hey, I ducked.
How you know it's me without looking, ha ha ha?
Because I don't know, maybe the A? It is you then. The fucking shit, I cannot step that fuck. Bitch with the demo buff. Oh, it is you. Or maybe it's the Yoo-hoo. Because I believe that's the first time I heard a Yoo-hoo from someone. And I think the Yoo-hoo sounds more like you. Also TTS, I guess. Why am I playing Tekken when I'm half awake? Trying to be creative. I can see that.
Okay.
It's unique, alright. Down for one. Disgusting. Jab, jab. Jab, jab, jab. Down for one. Jab down for one. Down one. Hey, fuck! Why do I keep ducking, huh? I need to stop ducking against this guy. Fuck. I got caught my side step. Geese wall damage insane.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
I didn't duck. They don't do that a lot, but they're just gonna keep pressing 2 when they have a bar. I see. I had the right idea too. Fucking! I pressed 1! I was trying to jab. That was sweet. 3? I cannot do electric against geese. Too much good low profile move. Then high crushes. Downfall is 1. Where's my rage drive?
Excellent tech.
Hey, fuck!
Wow. Nice delay.
Hunting Hawk. Stop. Okay, I keep forgetting the third round. Just don't do Hunting Hawk. Then duck. I hate it here. Aduh. I'm not good at guessing. Come on, man. You know I pressed it. I guess it's really hard to break throws in 4 bars. This is what I just realized. Because for the past few months that I played it, it feels like I can consistently break throws on 5 bars. But on 4 bar, it's really hard to break the throws. It's just how I feel anyway. Fuck 'em. I really don't know how to punish that. I mean, I know how to punish it, but I cannot react to that. For whatever reason. What the fuck? Oh, okay.
Nice combo.
Okay, okay. Some moves is very punishable. I need to recognize those. Don't step. The duck. The jab. Jab, 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 jab.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Okay. Fight.
Don't step. Down for 1-2 for that. Ooh. Is it just me or does Geese have good side step as well? Shit. That's actually kind of scary. I don't really fight against a Geese lots of times. Ah, low crush, high crush.
Nice delay.
Should duck the forfeit. Why? Jesus.
Excellent tech. Nice combo.
Down 4, man. So good.
Calm down, man. Calm down. Fight.
A bit punished, but I'll take it. Jesus, man. I have no patience against this against Geese. Thanks, camera, I guess. I don't know what just happened, but I'll take it. Thanks, Heihachi. Your power movement is too strong. I mean, I know for a fact that Heihachi has good movements, but I'm just not utilizing it as well. I wouldn't say my movement is good. My movement is subpar. Like average at best, I think.
I hate Tekken.
And then duck.
Nice combo. Excellent
1 plus
combo.
2.
What the fuck is that?
God damn it.
I hate Tekken. Excellent tackle.
Why did you get hit by that?
I hate Tekken.
Hey,
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
don't step. Okay, not punishable, I see. Punishable by this. Oh my god, that move. I cannot react. Hey, oh, that's good damage.
Excellent combo. Excellent tackle. This so OP.
Okay, reliably punishing some moves at least. I guess I'm learning matchups. Oh, learning against geese. It's like I'm playing Untitled Goose Game, but it's King of Fighters, huh? This person right here is fearless with the down force. It's too good actually. Full combo counter hit? Yeah. Even I'll just spam that shit.
Okay. Easy fight.
Good gods, man. That's what I mean. That's down 4. Counter hit. Counter hit. You get that damage. High risk, high reward, I would say. Punishable. How did I get you to duck?
Nice combo.
Stop. No more down 4. I'll do down 1.
Fight.
Why am I doing that? Yeet. 2 can play that game. Jesus, down 4. Nice, I may be dead.
Excellent tackle.
No.
Nice combo.
Way online, hi Roxas. Who are you? I have no idea. I need to stop doing hunting on a round start. Get demoed. Stop doing down 4. I realized I'm a mistake. I need to do more mids against this guy. Because I realize I keep getting clipped by down 4 too much. Mid is the way to go. Yeah, I guess that did it. Roxy Tool. I will not be here for a week. I will go to Genting on Friday. And then why you Genting? No, I'm only going to Genting for like 3 days, 2 nights, and then it's gonna be loaded with things that needs to do. You bet your ass that I want to visit, I have more time, but I don't. Like, I am only half excited for this trip. I say it's a trip, it's not even a vacation. Like, I for sure miss so many of you. Like, good gods, it's been so long. It's been so long since I'm able to talk about all the furry scum things in real life with someone else there, instead of just on text or some shit. It's sort of a different feeling. It's sort of a different feeling, I would say. Dang, that's hard. Maybe you could come Genting. You come Genting? Law? 2,000 wins, Law? Oh shit. I mean, I should not be surprised when I myself have 1,200 wins. I shouldn't be surprised at this point. Like, I really, I shouldn't. But aggressiveness A, rage usage A, I'm pretty sure I should be expecting some cheese here. Yeah. Let's see what they do. Dig jab. I didn't duck it. You ducked. Why are you ducking against Heihachi? Low? Down for 2, alright. Nice. I'm in the wall, I don't like it. I don't want the wall, thank you very much.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Woohoo. How do I know?
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand the fucking fight.
Disrespect. Nice. Testing me? Oh, Dragon Tail! Fuck, I didn't break it in time. Spring kick. Oh, that's actually good.
Nice combo.
Okay, I'm being tested here. Do you feel that? I feel I'm being tested. Come on, man. Oh. No whip punish? I guess DSS is kind of hard to input. I understand. Oh. Ooh, nice mid.
Excellent combo. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Mid. Oh, I thought I can disrespect that shit. No punish. Mmm, kimchi.
Excellent combo.
Green ring. Green ring, Richard. Huh, they still want to play? Okay, since now they know that I don't break throws, let's try my best to break throws. This is still a 4-bar, right? If it's a 4-bar, it's a lot harder, but I can try. Yeah, it's a 4-bar. Ooh, okay. Okay, okay. Mmm.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
That was sweet. Mid. What the fuck? Oh shit, mine's slower. Yeah, still hard to input, huh? I think it's back forward or forward. I don't know the input for laws like combo ender. Dragon Tail? I'm actually looking for Dragon Tails here. Stop that shit.
Wow! Nice delay.
That works. I thought this gonna whiff. Hunting Hawk. Hell sweep. What the fuck? Alright. I admit defeat. Hell sweep. Mid.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. Excellent tech.
Yeah, life's good when they don't duck the second hit. Life is good. Wait, when they don't duck the hell sweep second hit low, life is good. I get free combo every time, man. And since now I know they don't duck the second hit, let me try a more advanced combo again against this guy. Gonna try. Hawk kick! No fuck. Come on, man, my hawk kick. Get punished. Hell sweep. Let's go, that's nice. Stop that shit. Hey, fuck, I pressed it, no. Oh, I'm dead. I have the wall. What the fuck? I'm dead.
Nice delay. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Jab. How sweet. Oh shit, they were ready. Feels like they're trying to react to the second hit. That's why they're not doing anything. They're trying to learn as well. Hey, fuck. Ooh, nice step. Feels like now they're trying to low block too much, question mark?
Nice combo.
So am I. I have no right to say the other person. That was sweet. Yeah, they were trying to low parry. They're trying to read, not trying to actually react to the second hit.
hate Tekken. Nice combo. Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡하냐 이거.
Hell sweet. What the? Nope. A dragon tail. Wee. Come on, I pressed it. Nope. Hell sweet. Dude. Kimchi? This guy's panicking. This guy's panicking so hard.
Calm down, man.
Just
Calm
hold
down.
back. Jangbai? Wow, shit. Down 4? Oh. Hell sweet.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. Excellent tech. Liso OP.
Hell sweet. Life's good, man. When they don't duck the second hit, God, I got free damage all the way. Free. I don't need to work so hard. Heihachi is good low, actually. Heihachi is a launching unseeable. Like, I can just get by if people don't duck the second hit, but god damn, everyone knows how to duck the second hit, which is good in a way, you know. It forces me to play actual Tekken. It forces me to play actual Tekken instead of just like have sweep, get free damage. And it's even more scary when they know the punish for the second hit. For the second hit, hell sweep punish. It's a dick jab. You cannot punish with anything else. Only -10. So only dick jab, you take back a turn, which is a big hindrance for Heihachi. So yeah, there you go. Lei? Oh, Lei's rare. No, also I think I removed the Lei mod that's like loud as fuck. I love it, but after a while it's just kind of painful. Heihachi. Heihachi is great. I love Heihachi. Like he's a painful to play with, but god, he's satisfying as ever. When the electric hits, instant dopamine. Let's go. Jab. Oh shit. Nice combo. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
All right. And what the fuck is that? Oh shit, I forgot about the third hit. Actually finish off the string. Woo! Wake up, hop kick!
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
Ooh, nice. I ducked. Ooh, the step. Insane. I'm not good with Lei matchup. No one plays Lei. What the fucking strings, man? I don't understand. Oh god, I gotta get knowledge checked so hard. Ooh. High crush. What the hell is that? That's a launcher? No wonder he keeps fishing for that move. The spinning headbutt? That's a launcher? What the fuck? Interesting. I guess it's time to learn against Lei. Like, god, I played Tekken for so long. I don't think I met with other Lei. It's safe to say this is like the second or third Lei I've met online. Insane. It feels like Lei is just so rare. Lei can destroy me all the time because I don't know the knowledge. I have no knowledge against Lei. Also, this guy is terrible PC. Look at that. It's red all the way. Jesus. I guess I need to do a lot low against Lei. Seems they have a lot of high crushing moves. Hell sweet. What? What? Maybe they don't have knowledge against Heihachi as well.
What the fuck is that?
No? Then punish that shit? That shit high crush stop. Okay, do not electric against Lei. Well, not ever, but try not to do this much. Yeah, almost. I recognize that string now. Low. Nice. I'll take it. I got thirsty with the wavoo. What the fuck? Played dirty.
Excellent combo.
Uh-oh. Stop. Don't stop using that. I know that shit high crushes now. I'm not even gonna try to electric you, which hurts my soul because I live for electric. I play Tekken for the sole reason of doing yeah. I'm just trying to hit people with electric. That's it. That's my appeal of playing Tekken. It's good enough. When that shit hits, that shit feels good. Even better when it's like the old school Heihachi voices. Like, hey, they crashed? Oh god. Let's crash. Let's not quit. Four bars. Oh man. Good enough. Oh, they don't want them. How plus is this? Plus 8? This one traces with jab? But then... I feel my jab lost to so many buttons after this. On hit, it's plus 8 range? Maybe it's the range thing? Here, let's switch places. No, not like that shit. Give me the, Right, switch. Is it? No, it's still plus. This wins if they press buttons. It's like some sort of a setup, right? Huh. I could try this. If this hits, down for 2. Because down for 2 counter hit launch. I should try that. Okay, let's go to somewhere more spacious than this. Going down. Going down. Thanks. Oh god, no Wi-Fi. 15, right? So 8. The fastest move is 10. I'm plus 8, so trades with this one because this one is like 18 frames. Trades with jab then. So even if they jab here, I win because it's 15 frames. Like, yeah, I should try this out if I get the chance to. It's like some sort of a setup there. I don't know if anyone would press buttons there. It's kind of stupid to try it, but hey, you know, hey, never heard. It's the same thing with Hell Sweep, right? Hell Sweep first hit plus 8, trades with my forward 3 if they jab, and anything that's slower than 10 frame, they will get counter hit. So it's like, I always do, well, most likely I'll do a forward 3 if Hail Sweep first hits, and I'll leave it at that. Hail Sweep no extension, that is. Let's go.
Okay. Easy. Fight.
Snake Edge. Low. This is a weird loss. Low. Low. They're doing 50-50. I'm plus 5, Jesus! Okay, fine. I mean, plus 5 still lose against jab, huh? Stop complaining. Oh god, side wall. Oh! I'm surprised they ducked the second hit. Ow. Mmm, disgusting.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
That was sweet. This guy has some patience, I guess? Yeah. Yeah, not just the wailing around kind of thing. They actually know something, I guess. They play so weirdly, though. I cannot pinpoint what's going on. Hey!
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
Hunting Hawk! Another one! Hey, yo! Big jab. Stop. No hold back. Alright. Jump. Jump.
Nice combo.
just one more, don't worry about
Calm
it.
down, man. Calm down. Fight.
Orbital? 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 You know you want it. Big jab. I can big jab too, bitch. Really? Oh! That should be unsafe. Maybe it's -10. Only jet punishment? Probably. No way that's safe. Oh, it's duckable. I'm gonna try duck the second hit. It's so dirty. Down for one all day, baby. Disgusting. This bitch spamming down for one, huh? Let's go promo.
Fight.
Jep jep. Why? Ooh, shit. Lars is going in.
Excellent tech.
They don't know the punish? Why did I try to low parry there? I could win if I just keep blocking. Oh fuck! I think it's stuckable. Abuse that shit.
Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking fight.
Oh, that shit's punishable? Oh shit. Hey, fuck. No pinky, so weird. Have to admit it kinda is, but I have to understand. In real life circumstances, right? Stuff like that. So I cannot expect people to be here all the time. Shit. That's a flowchart? Shit. Come here. Big jab. Big jab. I see. Your answer is your answer to 4-4 is stick jab? Let me try it. Stick jab? You're gonna troll me so bad, don't you? Yeet. Oh shit! I'm plus as fuck!
Calm down, man. Calm down. Fight.
That was sweet. That was sweet. Stop. None of that. Hell sweet. Hell sweet. Hell sweet. Let's go, Suzaku. We're Phoenix now instead of a dragon. This is mind games actually. They duck the second hit of Hell Sweep too much. They are too good at the game. I abuse that fact that they can duck the second hit. Bitch, I went mid. a fully launch punishable mid that got hit. I would be mad too if people hit me with this shit. Like, this shit is minus 18, I think, on block. This one is different. What the fuck, camera? Oh, that was nasty. Wait, I could do electric this side? I jinxed it. Combo? It's so much harder here, but at least I can do electric here, kinda. Whoa, the range on the first hit. What the fuck? No, Wi-Fi. Wait, can I not hell sweep here? I'm trying to. What the fuck? What? There. There. What? Oh no, I think it's because it's separated and I'm only pressing the buttons with the tip of my thumb. That's why it's kind of hard to press both down and both left and down at the same time. The D-pad thing, yeah. What the fuck? So what? I can only do electric hell sweep now. If it's one frame slower, then it's fucking what's thing 4? Looks like it. No one's playing. Only people with Wi-Fi. This is the best mix-up ever. What the fuck? Yeah, I'll try it once, Jesus. Alright, well, fine, I guess. What would the back turn combo be? I never looked into this, but I realized just now when I hit someone back turned, I don't know how to combo it. The usual works, I guess? The usual doesn't work. Maybe the other one? Like, electric. Well, no, I think she's like double electric, back 1-2. And then just... No? Down 1? I guess down 1 to let them have like a very horrendous situation then. So... Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Right. I realized in Tekken, right? it's been a long time since I last played Tekken. Tekken is a game where you launch people, right? And then you proceed to beat the shit out of their leg to win, to deal a lot of damage, right? So that's why back turn feels so weird, because the leg is facing the other way, and we don't have any limbs to punch. It's so weird. So weird. It's like, ow, my foot hurts. Ow. 2-1. What the fuck? Dude, this guy's a nice combo. Oh, nice. Oh, fuck. Oh! That string! I got hit by that string! I don't deserve to live. We ducked. Whoa, okay. Oh shit! Should've stayed the ground. Nice reset. 8! Ooh. Oh god, I'm dead. No, cat.
Excellent combo. I can't understand the fucking fight.
I did that. That was sexy. He ducked.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
Hop kick. Nice. I ducked. Oh! Oh! I was back turned!
Tekken is so shit game. Trash game.
Damn, CJ. CJ is strong. You? What do you mean, you? I just honestly don't expect people to do the 1 down 3 down 4. And I got hit by it. I shouldn't have. I should stop waking up during that situation. Nice combo. Nice. I keep getting hit on the wall, on the floor. Nice duck.
Nice combo.
The range on that move is so good. Oh, nice step. Oh fuck. Low. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Excellent.
Jesus. This is bad. I'm getting read like a book. I think it's just that I need to have more patience in general. Yeah, not like that, right?
Nice combo.
Oh,
Excellent combo.
this is a tough one. This is a tough one. This is a toughie. I just hope, yeah, thanks, because I really don't want to go back to go back to lobby again and search for someone. This is good. This person right here is teaching me to have patience and don't just press buttons.
Okay. Easy fight.
Yeah. No, you. Wow. Output 2 so good. Check rolling. No, hit the low. Stop waking up like that! Okay, okay. Don't hold back all the time because that's such a bad situation to wake up on. I think I tried as well. Oh jeez. Nice. Where's my low crush demon uppercut? Sorry, high crush, I'm stupid.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand the fucking fight. I hate Tekken.
Oh jeez, nice. Hell sweep?
Nice combo. Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해 이거. Fight.
Oh jeez. Disrespect the electric, let's go. Play slow, play slow.
Nice combo.
Hi Savior.
Excellent combo. Calm down, man.
Gambling? Nah. I'm not really into that. I think I'm going Genting is mostly for business purposes, to go meetings and stuff. Nice stick jam. Oh shit. How much are you going to gamble? Meeting? Yeah. I'm going there in substitution for my dad. Oh my god, I'm dead. Nice. So that's why I'm just kind of not really looking forward to the trip, but it's going to Genting. You know, I should be able to have some time of my own to do my own thing. If I can, I really want to go to the outdoor theme park. I'm more of a theme park kind of person. Like if I get a chance to go to the theme park, you know I'm gonna go there. Miri is just too dull. There's not a single entertainment thing here. It's just karaoke, cinema. Actually, only one bow shooting gallery. It's so sad, actually. I want more stuff here. Oh god. Ooh, too obvious. One too many. jab. Really?
Excellent tech. I hit Tekken. Nice combo.
Gamble to you naked. I really don't want to go gambling. Like I said, it's not my thing. I rather play games instead. They press a thing. That's -9, not 10. Nice combo. I heard they reopened. Yeah, an outdoor one. I could be wrong, but I did heard that it opened. Did it not? Oh, the wall. Insane wall carry right now.
Excellent tech.
Ooh, damage! Wow.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
Oh jeez. I can't really do hunting hawk against this guy. Take jab. I can take jab as well. Come on. Jangsun? Oh, dude. Sidewall safe life. Oh, I'm dead.
Combo. Excellent combo.
Oh, hi Lex. Go to bed. I will soon. I'm still doing it. How you doing, Lex? No punish. Do they not know? I need to stop doing hunting hawk. They're checking me all the time. Like that. Oh, I'm dead. Oh.
Nice combo.
Jesus.
Excellent combo.
I keep getting dick jabbed to death.
Trash game.
Go to bed too, Lex. Supposed to be working right now? Oh yeah. I don't think it's late for them. I don't think it's late for them right now. Maybe? Wait, so when I stream it's almost about 2 to 3. Yeah, it's like 12-hour difference. Come on, Roxas. It's 12-hour difference. Yeah. Oh, they were trying to low parry my dick jab as well. I only did it twice, you bitch. Oh, good. Oh, do you mean Lex is not? Oh, at least maybe I don't know. But where they are right now, at least they are not in Malaysia.
Nice combo.
God, bitch, I did it! I did it, well, come on! Did I? I need, don't hunting hawk, they keep checking me! I need to etch that to my brain. Hell sweep, nice. And he actually has a hell sweep that launches as well, like, come on. Hell sweep! I'm dead.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
I need to stop disrespecting a electric. Dude, why do I keep losing against the electric battle like that?
I hate Tekken. Excellent kick.
Hell sweep! Oh my god.
Excellent combo. Tekken is so shit. Trash game.
I did not get Suzaku at all. Didn't happen. Atlantic time zone? Ah. That's why I catch usually either the beginning or end of stream most times. Ah, totally understandable. Because when I started, I start at 12 midnight for you most of the time. Because I start at 12 PM, for you it's like 12 AM. I just appreciate you even stopping by at that point. It's like crazy. I don't like time zone sometimes, but man. Nice step. Ooh. Working gas? Nice. All the working gas. Gonna get back, have a wonderful Tekken. Anywho, thanks legs. No, hell sweep. Good luck with work. I should have waited for a little bit more. Oh my god, I keep getting clipped by buttons. It feels so terrible. It's like most of the thing I do is always one frame slower than them. Especially the electric clashes. Or that. Nice, I ducked. They have such a good read on my mind as well.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
Hop kick. Hell sweep. I ducked. Oh my god, I get hit by the string again. Nice, I'm dead. Big jab? Big jab punish that? I could have died 10 times there.
Calm down, man. Calm down.
Guess they were panicking a little bit.
Excellent combo. Excellent tech. Riso OP.
Gonna duck the electric sometimes.
Get ready for the next battle.
What time is that? Oh wait, it's 11:53. Then it's 13-hour difference between here and where legs are. Yeah. It's 13-hour difference. I'm learning.
Easy fight.
Nice with punish, that was beautiful. Rox is becoming stinky. What the fuck? Why? Why? Why there no respect? I did it too, come on. Nice. Why did I do that? I deserve this.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
It's a higher than leave the mad plus I did back for anyway. That works. They keep staying on the floor. Okay, I know what to do.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해요 이거. Fight.
Big jab.
Nice combo.
Okay. Still have a chance, still have a chance.
Calm down, man. Calm down. Fight.
No sweep! Dancing? Dancing? Oh shit. Let's go! What a comeback.
Excellent combo. Excellent.
That feels great. I did some sick with punish there. Feels good. With bun. I mean, with punishing with electric is like the maximum dopamine. It just feels too good. When I hit that with punish, oh yeah.
Okay. Easy fight.
Like that. Ooh! God damn. Doesn't work that way. Low, low. Ơi.
Excellent tech.
I may be dead.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Hop kick? Hop kick! I'm dead. Oh, that's sick! Dude, that sounds so good. The electric overlaps. Oh, nice. Oh, God, that was great.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
All right. That is certainly way faster than my electric. What just happened? I assume that grabs a missing foot. Again? Are you trying to test me something? Oh, nice convert.
Excellent combo. Fight.
Oh, junior rank hop kick. Okay, I accept defeat. That was a good hop kick. Nice combo. Nope. Cheese. Cheese.
Calm down. Fight.
Oh, how sweet. It's not painful. It's not painful. It's fine. No one press buttons off of that. I'm stupid. A? Nice stuff. Nice stuff. Oh, let's go. Good little period.
Nice delay.
You're thirsty. You're greedy. You're greedy. That is some impure heart right now. I felt it. 10 kilometers away. Down 4 is coming my ass. That low parry, God, feels good.
Okay. Easy. Fight.
Why? Oh, sweet. Nice delay. Oh, sweet. Good God, this guy is fearless.
What the fuck is that? Fight.
Hell sweep! Oh, god damn. Okay, I'm getting hell sweep to death now. Nice, good call. That high crushes. Hell sweep, hell sweep. I hate it here. Hell sweep! What the fuck? Oh god. The combo.
I can't understand. Fucking fight. Fuck you.
Good damage. Big jump. Number 4. It? How did I get hit by the string? Hell sweep, hell sweep, hell sweep. Hell sweep. Wow! I was bloodthirsty.
Excellent combo. Tekken is so shit.
I didn't even wait for opponents to do a move, I just did it. Look, I just want to do electrics, man. It feels too good to not like me playing Tekken. It's pretty much just me trying to do electrics, and then when it hits, I'm good. I feels good. All the dopamine rushes in my brain, and then if electrics didn't hit, then opponent's good. Know what I mean? Just I feel like I've been enjoying Tekken a lot more with this mindset. Like I just want to spam that shit. I just want to spam electric. It sounds good, feels good. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck? Hey, right? That was punishable. Woohoo! Big jab. Oh!
Excellent combo. What the
That
fuck
plus.
is that?
That's a not punish. That's a punish. Yeah, fuck! My brain shut down.
Excellent combo.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Bitch, I keep getting read like a book! I'm doing it.
Excellent teku. Excellent teku.
Let's go. That was a nice one.
Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해 이거. Fight.
Oh my god. Oh, I was trying to sidestep. Yay! I want a fucking refund! Yay! How could you betray me like this, you little fuck? I was trying to do RD Omen. They give us like, nope. Here comes the cameraman being drunk, fuck. I just want to try out RD Omen, jeez. Round start Omen, let's go. I'm trying it. Fuck. I hate it here. I did it. What the fuck?
Excellent teku.
No dick chat for you. Oh.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Okay. Fuck you. Uh-oh. Oh. Hell sweep. Can I have that swell of a hell sweep? Like, can I have that? Big jump. Oh. Oh, get robbed.
I can't understand the fucking fight.
Oh, ow. Nice convert. I'm Heihachi. 10 frame war splat. Teacher? Oh! Let's go. You were impure. Trying to go for dump back for an Oki, not pure. How could you? God, to be honest, I haven't packed for the trip yet. Although I don't need to pack. I don't even need to pack much. I just need to pack a little bit. Ah, fuck! I pressed one. And I dump for one. Electric, 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 electric. I do. I'm too close to the wall. I don't like it. Fight wall, save me. Thanks. Oh, hey, let's go. Thank you. Hey yo. Hey yo. Oh! Enough. Spamton, hi. Oh god. Another one. Oh god damn it. Another one. Maybe it's another one. Hell sweet. Oh, that's not hell sweet. Alright. How you doing? Ooh! That was sexy. Hey yo. I was mad minus. Oh, a hell sweep. Nice. Duckin'.
Nice combo.
Impure.
Excellent combo. I can't understand the fucking fight.
Hey. Stop. Oh god, okay. Oh god. Rolling. Disrespect. Hey yo. I hate it here. Oh fuck!
Calm down, man. Calm down.
I love this game. Oh! Disgusting. That feels good. Oh god, what is that emo? What is that emo? Wait, what am I looking at? Oh, it's a kick W. I don't know why from afar it looks kind of weird. Look, my chat screen, my other monitor, it's very small. It just looks like I don't know.
Okay. Easy. Fight.
Hey, hell sweep? I just feel unbothered by hell sweep because the damage it does is not that scary. Hey. Woohoo! What is that? Hey, yo, I'm dead. Help! Does it work? Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful. That's nice.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Jab jab. Oh, Magic Force 11, right? How the fuck does it trade? I got hit by that string, I hate it here. Nice. Why?
Nice combo.
Not back 4, down for 1. Interrupt that stance. Let's go. Don't stay on the floor. Get out. Hey. Help.
Excellent tech.
Woohoo. Hell sweep. Let's go.
Excellent combo.
Doesn't work. Hey. Oh. Oh my god, hell sweep. Thanks, wall. Hey. I hate it here. It.
Excellent tech.
Ooh. Nope. Nah. Okay, fine. I did try to low parry there. I did try to low parry there. God, I'm having fun. I think we're both just trying to land electrics there. It's great. Let's go.
Okay. Easy. Fight.
That feels good. What is that combo? Yeah. Interrupt that stance. Hey. It.
Excellent tech.
Press the wrong goddamn button. I gotta survive. I gotta survive.
Nice combo.
I lied.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Another one. Another one. Oh! This shit's tasty. Just wake up! Hell sweep! I'm gonna die! Hell sweep! I'm not ducking. I am not ducking. I'm sorry, I should have ducked. One launch, both versus dead. All it takes is
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
got killed by Hell Sweep and Hell Sweep alone duck. Hey yo. What was that? Big jab. Why trying to low parry there? God help. You ducked.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡하냐 이거.
I deserve that. That was so terrible. Spring kick. Nice punish. I deserve that again. Oh. Really? Hey yo. Doesn't work. Oh, my down one.
Excellent combo.
Why?
Shit game. Trash game.
Are you shit? You never skip? I need to do that. You never skip. Oh shit. Oh. Okay. Really? I mean, I guess this is a way of, you know, obvious telling me to stop, or like, stream is like, Steam is like, go sleep, stupid. I can't even play more, but it's like 12. It's still 12:20. God damn it! I don't know. I have no idea. No, tonight's stream is probably it is originally just supposed to be me updating about something. You know what? Fine. Have it your way. Have it your way, Steam. Here. Alright. At least I had fun. So yeah, I did say that I want to stream on Tuesday and next Monday, but I figure I'm probably gonna take a week off. Like, a whole week. Not even joking, it's like a whole week. Since I'll be going to let me open up some music first. Give me a moment. Oh, do they not have? Oh, really? Right. I want to listen to OC's one. There we go. Hopefully it's not as loud. This one. Okay. Yeah, it's sort of a stream where I just want to talk about something, but instead I just play Tekken. Oh, my controller almost fell. So yeah. Also, because I'm back to being sick again, as I did stupidly. Look. It's my friend's birthday party. Of course I have to go and celebrate it, you know? I have to. I just did not expect me, you know, this sickness to get worse. In a way, I do deserve this. Fuck. Take your time. I will. Thank you. I don't think I'm gonna rate anyone tonight. Or do I? Nah, I don't think I want to. I just want to have like a stream, a very secret one, you know. A very secret one nobody knows, quote unquote. Like I do this sometimes. Where I do a stream and no one knows. I mean, I'm okay with that. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I don't think I want to rate tonight. Just keep it a. How do you say this? Keep it as not anonymous. No, that's not the word. As secret as possible. Make sense? Hopefully, I don't know. So yeah, I believe I said what I did say, but all the things I said, well, not all, most of the things I said just now regarding the updates and shit, I will post all of them in Discord, and of course I will update the title of my stream, just to inform someone, inform the people that's on my on my channel waiting for me to go live, but it's like, no, where's the stupid kobold? It's not live. Just to avoid that, I will definitely change the title of my stream, and just like, oh, I'll be back on this date, so that's easier to like, so that I wouldn't let people wait wait blankly for nothing, and I just don't want to waste their time too much. So yeah, hopefully that's informative enough. Yeah. So yeah. Oh, of course, regarding the doctor's thing. So is that Gogeta or Go Get the Sons? I think that's Gogeta. Toonbold, hi. Hi, Draconia. Draconia, hi. Soma! Kobold friend, thank you. Hi. Soma, I cannot believe it. My Tekken just crashed, and then I was thinking of ending as well. But hey, Wi-Fi bad? Oh yeah. It's Tekken. I will cry. Okay. Oh, you bully. Hi, welcome in everyone. Your stream has crashed cause Twitch maintenance? Is Twitch going through a maintenance right now? I'm just listening to music, talking about the things that's gonna happen for the next few days. Gonna take a week of break. Yeah. Oh, Australian! Oh, you're very close to my place. I haven't even done this. It kept stuttering. Oh god, that's terrible. Hi Dom. Thanks for the follow too. Appreciate. Portal 2? Nice. I think I played only the multiplayer of the game, but not the single player. How was it? Did you finish anything with that game? You know what's funny? I only played Portal 2 but not 1. Do I have Portal 1? I don't remember. Nice, yeah. Halfway? Oh, nice. Oh, I forgot about this. Look, my brain is half asleep. I ate too much hot pot and I'm back to being sick again because I'm stupid. And follow Soma, wonderful kobold, beautiful artist as well. I lurk there. I'm a chill kobold. I just lurk. Also, welcome everyone for the raid. I'm sorry. Close enough, right? My name is Tura. I'm a kobold. I do art occasionally. I do mainly sculpting, and I play a bunch of games. I have a bit of a love towards fighting games. That's pretty much it. Hey, why not play some Tekken? Let's go. I will not be streaming for a week anyway. Yeah, gonna go on a little business trip in substitution of my dead stuff. Yeah. I'll say all of that in Discord afterwards. Who's up with some Tekken? I do. All right, let me open it up real quick. Thanks for the raid again. Appreciate. Good mini vacation when you go. I definitely will. Even though it's like a little bit of a business trip, but hey. I can make a business trip fun. Minication, thank you. Appreciate. Thank you for the raid as well. Go rest. It's past midnight for you. If you're Australian, then it's like 2 or 3, I think. Maybe. Much love. Here, let me shrink myself. Did I say I want to end the stream? Nah, you guys heard nothing. Let's go. Look, it's only 12. It's only 12:28 a.m. The night is still young. And kobolds are supposed to go at this time, right? Also, I need to moisturize. Thanks, stop. All right.
Very high.
Oh yeah, I do have a bunch of mods on. Don't worry about it when you hear weird noises. Just don't be alarmed. I'm already warmed out just now. I played a bunch of ranked matches and then the game decided to crash on me. And I was like, alright, maybe I'll call it a day. And then got raided. Hey, all good. I appreciate that. Hell yeah. Let's go casual. Casual old man. Gonna love me some Tekken. At least I'm not playing Tekken on the monthly. Like I don't play Tekken monthly now. At least. Kinda. Also, I just got demoted because my brain is half asleep. All good. All good. We were so sneaky. No, we've. What? I'm not trying to be sneaky. Or maybe I am. I wonder if anyone's even playing it right now. To be fair, it's like it's Thursday today. Yeah, it's Thursday. I don't know if anyone will be playing. To be honest, I'm gonna wait for a little bit. Hopefully, someone plays. I cannot do waifu. Oh? Nah, I'll take it. 4 bars? Not bad. You know, I've been talking about this for quite a bit, but it's every time I feel like this. When I play fighting game, every time I feel like I don't see a lot of people in Malaysia plays fighting game, so it's like it's really hard to find matches for fighting games. Like Tekken is fine because Tekken is more of a AAA well-known game, but for those who is like more of a indie little fighting games, them's fighting herds, pretty much. It's like really hard to find matches. Like kind of sad. Oh, were you holding back? Why do I feel like I've seen you before? Oh, I totally seen you before. I recognize this Lars now. Hey. Hello?
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Not finishing strings? Not allow me to punish you? Hey, take jab. Nuh-uh. Who needs punish when you have... Were you a Giga Chad?
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
No need for punish, alright? Nuh-uh. 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 Hey, you. Oh, I thought that's punishable. No. Hey, like, oh. Another one? Maybe another one? Okay! Good answer! Oh shit! Orbital? Orbital? I smell it. No? Power crush? Okay. Low. Oh my god, okay. I admit defeat.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보.
Down 3. Hunting Hawk. Another one. Power crush? Dig jab? You would dig jab after a heckin' Hunting Hawk? Oh, help, I'm dead. No, don't do that. Low. I'm so confused. Stop. Let's. Oh, I should expect that.
엑셀런트 콤보. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Why am I struggling? Hell, sweep. That's how you win. Oh, nice punish. Nice punish by me. Oh my god. Picture. I low parried now. E. Hunting Hawk. Hell, sweep. Why is there a flowchart to you? And that sweet. Bye bye.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. 엑셀런트 테크. 리소 오피.
Hell sweet. I love how I'm still playing this even I'm like half awake. That was so close. Yeah. Honestly, this Lars is pretty much just cheese Lars. Out for 3. Pretty much invincible. Low crush, high crush. Might as well treat as a DP. Orbital is pretty linear. I don't see them doing a lot. Some duckable strings, I think. Another one. Another one. Okay, I'm so scared. There. Oh god. Oh god. Why is that your flowchart? Oh my god. Oh, I didn't break it. Did I? I'm just doing it. Oh fuck. I'm sorry. I didn't duck it. Let's go. Gotcha. Help! I'm dead. Oh. I'll take it. I'll take it.
What the fuck is that?
You know I cannot break throws, right? You know I cannot break throws on a four bar connection. You little shit. Hey. Nice punish. I'm so tired. This bitch is trying to throw me. Damn it. Oh, why do I throw them? Oh, why do I try to throw them? Hey, let's do it. Hey. Nah. This guy's a saint. Can you not? Can you not press buttons as Lars? Low. I'm feeling a snake edge is coming. Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Hell sweep.
Nice combo.
Bitch!
Excellent combo.
Down for 3 is too good. Hunting Hawk. Another one. Big jab? What the fuck? Why am I doing all the dumb shit? Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Boom. Hey yo. Low. Let's go. Punish. Have sweet. Dude, nice combo. I hate it here. I hate it here. I cannot break throws. I cannot break throws with a goddamn 4-bar connection, man. Oh god. Okay, at least try to throw break once. Look. Their game plan is very easy. Just hold back. Eventually they'll do some stupid shit. All I need is patience. See, they'll do dumb shit like that. I can punish it. Or not, okay. Do that shit again. Not that. Not that. Come on. Hey, you bitch! No. Hell sweet. Bam. That bitch mid crushes. No. You think I have impure heart? Nah. I go mid. I'm here. Oh! I go hey. I'm Heihachi. I go mid. What the fuck? I hate it here. what the shit is that? You wanna throw me? You wanna throw me? Huh? I'm looking at your both hands. No. Oh. Hey, bitch. Look, I throw break. I throw break once. I count it as a win. All right, that's not bad. Can you not? Oh my god, bitch! That tracks.
I can't understand him. Fucking.
That tracks us that left. I'm gonna cry. God damn it. No. You want some cheesy shit? No. I have cheesy shit as well. Get out here. Hell sweet. Bam. Woohoo. Hell sweet. Get that ass. Help. No spring kick. This guy is waiting for it. I'm holding back. I'm holding back. Bitch. Oh no. I did not take that into consideration. I need to test him with the throw or some. Okay. I'm gonna go insane. this large. Okay, Met plus. No! What the fuck? This guy just threw out for a 3? Wake up! Bam! Hell sweep! 4-3, 1 back 2. 1 back 2, 1 back 2, bam! Alright. Okay, break throws, alright? I can do it, I can do it. Wait for out for 3. They can do it. Out for 3? How are you? Nice homing. Have sweep. How the hell? No? No? No. No. No.
Excellent combo. Excellent tech.
You're gonna learn it the hard way. You don't just jab Heihachi. Get out of here. Okay, I guess that's too much for them. I love this game sometimes. It's so rare to find like someone who wants to deathmatch. 2%? Oh, okay. God, 2% disconnection rate's kinda scary. Oh, maybe they see me has like a 2% disconnection rate because I crashed. But that wasn't my fault though. Oh no. Why? Why? No one plays the OG characters anymore. Brian, Heihachi, Kazuya, Jin. You know those characters? No? I mean, I guess... Yeah. Who are really strong? What can I say? Gonna low play the shit out of down 3-4. What the hell is this? This is not 4 bars. What the hell? That's not 4 bars. Tekken? That's not 3 bars. This feels like 0.1. What is this? This is 0.1 bars. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Don't download gay porn. Come on, man. Jeez. Okay, it's a little better now. God, good gods, man. Alright. It's bearable now. Alright, let's do it. Oh, don't download shit. What the hell is wrong with you? Alright, just fight. I give up. You can't even do combos. Hop kick, another one. Let's go. Inai. Back one. Martin's leg. Whoa. That's pretty fast. There's no way I can react to any lows that possible. Hop kick, another one, let's go. Oh dude! I cannot even do the basics of shit. I'm just gonna spam 1+2, thank you very much. Oh, unfortunate. You can do combos. I can even do one electric. Hey, I. Oh, it's feeling good now. Kinda. Tennis string. Yeah. How the fuck am I playing this? I don't care anymore. Whoa! Wait, this guy blocks the second hit of Hell Sweep? Insane. In this connection? I'm not even see it coming. Wee! This guy doesn't punish 1+2. Life is great. Life is great. Oh, hey! Help! Open the door. Open the door. 1-1-2. Bum. Oh, nice punish. -17. Come on, man. You're Byako. At least you should be punished then with 1-2. Bitch, that's -17. Oh my god, let's go. Nice combo. Hop kick. Hop kick. What the that's -18, I think. Nice combo. That hits grounded? Yeah, I was looking for that move.
Calm down, man. Calm down.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, that's better. Martin's leg. Nice combo. Hey, I'm taking this. There's no lag for me, dude. Oh, you fixed the connection? Let's go.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
I am not playing with you. This is too scary. Is that why the disconnection rate 2%? Maybe. I want to listen to other music.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
It's so hard to get 5 bars. Fujin Bob? Oh god. I never even got to the rank Mighty Ruler. Don't worry, I got this. Rank doesn't determine... Well, rank determines some things.
Seem to be on our heads, homie. Hey.
Let's go.
Easy.
Fight.
Oh no. I'm gonna get checked. Oh, nice delay. You can delay the last one plus 2? No punish? Didn't expect that to hit. I tried.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
I think I can try this.
Fight.
Oh! Hell sweep? Oh, I'm dead. Help. Low? Alright. Good call, good call. The delayed low as well.
Fight.
Uh oh. Oh, mine's too slow.
Excellent tech. Wait up, boo. Wait up, boo. Excellent tech.
Sure expected that.
Tekken is so shit game. Trash game.
One down 4 is kinda hard to react to.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh true. I forgot you were streaming. I mean, to be fair, me streaming at this time is very rare. Lunch is about to end. Turkian 7's Frodo there. Who's Frodo?
Seem to be on our
We have Big Smoke.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
Hop kick. I'm dead. No, stop. I need to at least low parry one down 4. Hope you had a good lunch break, Brian. Ah, the delay. Hi, Kvartes. I almost broke it. Ooh,
Combo. Excellent combo.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Fight.
Ow. Guarantee. Nice step.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
Stop trying to press there. At least I'm trying to tell myself. Hell sweep, nice. Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Whoa, the mid crushers? Damn. Yeah, that's stuff.
Excellent. Tekken is so shit game. Trash game.
This shows on the intended audience? Probably, since I really don't know who Frodo or maybe Tolkien is something else as well. Don't know why the disrespect towards the end, but hey. At least they were happy about it. Yeah, no Wi-Fi. I didn't need to grab that. I always have misinput on... Oh, probably because of the R2 button. Ah! That's probably why. Okay, but that's such a good bind though. Oh, no. I guess it's kind of a midnight time. Yeah, it's almost 1. It's kind of hard to find people to play now. I'll try to wait for a little bit longer. Nah, maybe, oh. Yeah, disconnection rate 2? I don't know. I'm sure it's fine. It's only disconnection rate 2%. It's only 2%, it's not much. Oh. What? What? Well, now this is something that I've never seen before. Oh, on the infinite stage as well? Fuck. Oh, that is terrible.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
Let's go. Oh gosh. Oh no, what is this rollback? What is this rollback? Why is Panda teleporting around? Stop. Oh, you're a legit Panda.
Nice combo.
Ooh.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Interesting Panda. This Panda definitely knows something. Low. High. Yeah, they know. I'm getting the Panda treatment. I'm not ducking against hunting bear stance. No. Get out. Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm getting the panda treatment.
Nice combo.
No. Look. Only I can go panda treatment against someone else, alright? No. I don't take that shit. Why am I getting panda treatment? What did I do wrong? No. Stop that shit. Yeah, I know you have that move as well. Hey, like, oh! No.
I hit Tekken.
Whoa. Hi,
combo.
Narix.
Excellent combo.
Actually, high again. One back two. Wow, one back two. Nuh-uh. Oh shit. Hell sweep. Oh god, I forgot Panda is hell sweep. I'm dead. I'm dead. Nice punish. I can still block that one. The low. I forgot. Yeah, I'm getting Panda treatment.
Tekken is the shit game. Trash game.
They good though. They know how to duck the second hit of hell sweep.
Get ready for the next battle.
I will play against the bear. Why not? I just don't want to go to the lobby anymore. I'd want to just beat up a non-moving dummy. Let's go.
Easy.
Fight.
That was a missing. Missing foot. Oh jeez.
Nice combo.
That low is so long.
That.
Fight.
Oh, I pressed one. Oh, OG bear player. Explains things. That combo is like OG bear combo. I'm getting hit by everything. Nah. Okay, be patient. Be patient. Just hold back. Just hold back. Don't worry about it. Just hold back. All right. Just... Get away from me. Uh-oh. That mid crushes. Stop. Oh, thank God that works.
Excellent combo.
This time come out hiding. Hi, Pinky. Wait, were you here all along?
Excellent. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
Damn, nice micro duck. What do you do if I just swing at you? Hell sweep! Hell sweep! Panda is hell sweep! Hey, like... That's not a real combo. I can low parry that shit. Oh, I'm dead. What did I decide to do that? That... Oh no, I have to take that one! That's good, that's good.
Tekken is the shit game. Trash game.
May not second, but also not second. Ooh. Gonna go lunch overs, yeah. Alright, Brian. Good luck with work.
Get ready for the next battle.
Thanks for stopping by. I'm gonna get destroyed for a few more times with this panda. Oh, by this panda. Yeah, this panda knows stuff. Actually has some fundamentals in there. I'm so surprised.
Easy.
Fight.
Yeah, right? Nice. Yeah, they are looking to whip punish with that move. I can do that too. Not that punishable. Oh, I'm dead. I see the game plan. Let's just go swing at them.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
No, I should have challenged that. That doesn't work every time. Come on. Hey!
I hit Tekken. Nice combo.
I should have expected that, honestly.
Excellent combo. I can
It's face down, face forward, alright? I deserve this. Look, I did a panda treatment against someone else before. I deserve this. I'm not pressing fun. Hey. They didn't do the forfeit. You just do it raw? Fair. Hey, I accept defeat. Don't worry about it. Don't Beyblade. Stop that. What just happened? Don't you dare try to troll me.
Fight.
Hey? I'm not falling for that.
Excellent combo. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
Hey?
Nice
No. No.
Excellent combo.
Don't even try. Wow, Pinky is here all the time. No, don't leave. I want to play. Don't leave. God, I don't like it when people leave when they learn when I learn how they play. I like adapting to people's playstyle. Also, thanks for the moisturizer I drank.
New challenger.
Oh wait, no, it's the Huarang. Oh, is it? I forgot. I forgot if it's the Huarang. Oh god.
Get ready for the next battle.
2%. I believe I've seen this before. Oh, hi. Welcome to Tekken 7 matchmaking. Don't worry about it. It's me again. Hi. Sometimes kid do not have time for fighting game. The fighting game... Yeah, the fighting game do require a lot of time, to be honest. It does. Like, each match, what? Each match is like, what, 60 seconds?
Fight.
Why? Why? Stop. Are you not gonna punish this? Are you not gonna punish this? It's a low, I forgot. Hell sweep! Good call, man.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Katya, let's go. I was blocking. Oh, that's a mid. I forgot. Face down is low. Yeah, face down is low. Oh, let's go.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
Yeah, you commit too much. I think that's minus 17. I can try to electric that shit. Don't you want to punish this? You're backing yourself against the wall. Oh god, Hannah, I forgot how you work. Nice hop kick. Hey. Nuh-uh. Oh shit, take care. Whee! Hey, right?
nice combo. Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해.
Fight.
Beyblade! Woohoo! Nope. What the fuck? Double one doesn't work against Panda? Oh. Oh, they weren't even expecting that.
Excellent tackle.
I'm dead. Let's go. Oh, is that not minus 12?
Calm down, man.
Shit. Hey, right? Hey, right? No! Hey, right?
Nice combo. Excellent combo. Excellent tackle. This only.
Get ready for the next battle.
Eventually use 60-second power up? Yeah. To Tekken character jump better when kicking, or is it just habit to do that? No. Usually in Tekken people don't jump unless it's like a hop kick or hunting hawk like Heihachi has. Some jumping moves that people has, but usually people don't do jump like this because it's death. That's usually how we know that's a misinput. Or like people is panicking. It's like a tail. No. Oh, you can low parry that shit? Nah, you were greedy in pure heart.
What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Hello, game? No way. Stop. Stop. Stop.
I hate Tekken.
No. Stop.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking
Fight.
I love this panda so much. Oh shit. Oh, don't try and throw a tantrum at me? Wow. Ow. My leg. Panda!
I hate Tekken.
Third hit, fair enough. Wow! I'm dead. Help! Oh god! Oh, that was a wrong optimization. Oh, good read though. Help!
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I say
Yeah! Hey, like, yeah! Nope. Yeah! Oh! Sorry, I'm having too much fun. Help.
I hate Tekken.
How do I punish this? I'm in the wall, there's no way I can do down back 2 in time.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
Bitch!
Calm down, man.
No, I'm getting exposed. At least this guy's not doing 4-1-1 at round start Beyblade. Nah, impure heart, no.
I hate Tekken.
Yeet. Oh, goodbye world. Oh.
Tekken. Nice
Ow!
combo.
Ow!
Excellent combo.
Ow, my back!
Shit, Tekken. Trash can.
Ow, my back! I deserve this loss. I totally do. Yay for energy for these matches. Because, oh yeah, I don't know if you heard, but because I decided to actually just take a break for a week. So I figure, why not stream a little bit long for today? For this session, I mean.
Okay.
But you jump over the furry baby cake when there was reason to it. Oh, my reason is trying to just do hunting halt and pressure them, but they did Beyblade instead, so we both trade places. Kind of a coincidence there. My leg! Don't throw a tantrum at me. Whoop. 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 Oh my god, it tracks! Yeet.
Nice
No,
combo.
don't you even try!
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Oh. What? Oh, that's a launcher. That's good. Sorry, that robbed you.
Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking
Fight.
Eight almost raped that one actually. But they're punishable. Oh, that was a counter hit. If you keep going, I whip indeed. Woohoo! Nice combo. Ike my ass. Impure heart. Nuh-uh.
Excellent tech. Wow. Nice delay. Excellent tech.
Impure.
This OP.
No. Not allowed. I love this panda. Back is a lowly sacrifice for the panda. Oh god. Yeah, break. Except by someone very wise, take your time. Oh. Yeah, thank you. I promise I'll work harder on art once I get back. I promise. You have my word. Well, chat has my word. I'll do it. I didn't change much for the model for the past few days. I did open up ZBrush, but then I was too tired. Oh, but this afternoon I came back home early. Oh? Hey yo. What the fuck? 36 wins Seiru Heihachi. This guy is way better than me. That profile picture though? Me also tired? Yeah. No, that's Roxas. Hi. Hi.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
No punish. Ooh, nice. Ooh. I don't know why I tried to step now.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Oh. I respect dashing. What the fuck?
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking
Fight.
Oh no. Forget it like a second hit. Oh, it's -10.
come on, man.
Nice, nice. Panda more than Heihachi? In a way, I guess? No, but Heihachi #1 though. Have you seen Heihachi? Old man #1. Old man. But Heihachi somehow looks slightly taller with that outfit. It's probably the pants, probably. Also with the extra hair, I guess. Why did I keep getting clipped by that? Oh god.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck
Maybe
is
my hair
that?
chi is not as good.
Fight.
Nice combo.
Nice, nice, nice.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
Hey, like, oh. No punish? Sure, expected that. Hashish? No? Guarantee?
nice
I was trying to sidestep. I held the button too long.
Fight.
The duck? Why are you duck against the Hachi? Nice. I ducked.
I hit Tekken. I hit Tekken. Excellent tech. Excellent tech. Come on, man.
Nice, nice. Oh, that sounds good though.
Get ready for the next battle.
Why was that one super loud though? Non-gray white hair looks a lot younger. Tend to steal some tech after watching the replays. I don't watch replays though. I don't really like watching replays.
Fight.
I hit Tekken.
What?
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Nice. Oh no. I think I ducked. Ashi? Ashish? Low? Ooh, nice, I stepped.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
Nice punish. Ooh. I
I hit Tekken. I hit Tekken. Excellent tech. Excellent tech.
nice.
Come on, man.
Where's my throw? I tried 4 for 1+2. You can use that. Oh! Oh, damage! What the fuck? I ducked. Yeah, I can use that as well. Good stuff, good stuff.
Hello and welcome.
Oh!
Get ready for the next battle.
I know you. Hi, Ryuki. That's you, right? You know, okay, then that confirms my suspicion. Hi. Wow, so late. You haven't sleep. What time? It's like 1:30. I mean, I can. Look, I have no right to talk about you when you're not asleep. Look at what I'm doing. How your one? Thanks for the follow. Down for one. Hey yo. Oh god, I'm dead.
Excellent tech.
Oh, okay, keep it simple. It's near the end of the semester, so assignments galore. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't like assignments galore, but good luck. You got this. Hashish? 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 Uh-oh. Oh no, the second hit tracks so hard. Alright. How the game? The game's pretty good. Playing against a really nice Heihachi right now. Oh! I need to stop getting clipped by that. Hey yo! Hey, almost.
Nice combo.
I keep getting clipped by something. This is bad. Oh. My movement is not pure enough. Too much rough edges. Ooh, you almost did it. That could have been beautiful. What? Aren't you having fun? Why would you key charge now? Is he not having fun? I guess he's not. I mean, it's a good game for me. I don't know why they have to feel salty about it. As the linguistical expert call it, GG. I mean, that was GG. That was pretty good. Nice Heihachi. I can't even do. There it is. I should be asleep. I should be schloben. Sitting in a few seconds? I don't think so. I think this one is like another color. Asleep, what's... God, I remember me saying that so long ago. I remember I was like, sleep is for the weak lah, ado, and because I was in university as well a few years back. There's like so many assignments and I didn't sleep as well. So it's like, yeah, sleep. That shit's for the weak. You sleep? Oh, wow, I cannot. Something like that. But now it's like I have to sleep. Weak? No, little shit. Listen here. Sleep good. Something the government made up to keep us. Oh my god. Just like how the birds are just government spy cameras. How deep does a rabbit hole go? Help. Sleep was like cheating to get through assignments. Oh, really? I think because I'm too lazy. And I just sort of... Yeah, I'm just lazy in general. I don't really do assignments until like they're close to the deadline. But that was like me on semester 3 and 4. 5 and 6 is just never enough time. There's way too much towards the end. Also, I think the game crashed. Hello. It's been 84 years. Are you still loading? Age is keeping me boxing. Fuck, I'm just like, what, 26? I'm 2 months of Kansen and a coffee mug. So far, the caffeine no longer works on me, but this nice sugar rush. Oh, God. Yeah, sounds about right. Although I cannot drink Monster cans because, well... Monster drink... Are they like a Red Bull? Because I only tasted a little bit of Red Bull back then, and it's like sweet as hell. And then that got my blood sugar flying. that is a bad that is a bad drink for me. So I pretty much just drink a bunch of coffee. Which they crashed. Pretty much so yeah, I guess I cannot do that. But usually I just do a lot of coffee. Caffeine never worked for me. Just wait until last day to do everything until 1 minute before that. That is so scary. Don't blame it. I recoiled back when I first got Monster, but I used to it after a while. I mean, so long as you get used to it, that's good. I just don't think my body can handle energy drinks like Red Bull and or Monster drinks. Pretty sure if I drink them, my blood sugar would just go batshit insane, and then my body condition would go batshit insane. I'll stick with coffee. Last minute works our kind of caffeine. True. Come on, game. Come on, don't do this. Like I'm here trying to enjoy your goddamn game that is so badly optimized, and then you pull this shit on me? Oh, thank God.
Non farmi perdere tempo. Vattene.
And the connection is trash.
Okay. Easy. Fight.
Okay, it's not as trash as I thought. Good. Really? Truly a Biako, huh? That's plus. Oh, unfortunate for you. I forgot about that move. Let's go. I'm dead. No. I was looking for it. Okay, good luck with chores. Right? Oh God. Good luck with this match. I'll try my best. Isn't that Panda? Hell sweep. Boosted Claudio. You are not charged up. Now you are charged up. I'm looking for that shit.
Excellent tech.
Yeek! Ah, fuck.
I hit Tekken. Excellent tech.
Nice.
Combo.
Trying to chill out and push myself away sugar drinks for the coming weeks, but just for this week I had to cave and do to work. Fair enough. I can understand that. No punish! Only hell sweep!
I hit Tekken. Excellent tech.
No, mine's slower. I was trying to interrupt that shit. All set! Woohoo!
Nice combo.
All set! Hook kick! I'm dead. Whoa, range? You're not charged up! Oh god. No duck. No duck. No duck. Oh, I'm dead. No, that's unsafe, man.
Excellent combo. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Yeah, oh, you put it. That's right. Nah, I don't fall for that shit. Hell sweep. No thoughts at empty. Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Oh. No, not punishable like that. Hell sweep. Oh. Oh, I'm dead. I think I recognize this Claudio somewhere. Woohoo!
Excellent combo.
Yeah, this Claudio is the one that keeps spamming the low launcher once they have the charge. They're gonna leave, they're not gonna play with me. Mega Mind meme, no dodge. No duck? Yeah. They are truly sweating their balls off. They are not gonna rematch. Oh, I'm kinda curious though, Ryuki. Do you still do cookies? Kinda miss them. Ooh, that was hard. Or fine.
Get ready for the next battle.
Trying to do quits during Ramadan, but then open house Raya visits came over. Ah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. God. Mom don't have motivation to. Oh no. I'm sorry. But I do plan to pick it up again on my own. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know why I love them. Like I was in the room with Roxas, and then I mean I kinda ate pretty much the whole box, and Roxas didn't had Roxas had some. Look, I'm not a gluton. I may be a gluton, just maybe. Wait, this is the same Claudio? No, it's not. It feels like the same one. What the fuck? It's the same one. How the fuck? Did you just change outfit just to fight with me again?
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Ooh, nice. Not that punishable. No, I pressed it, man. Jeez. I think that's a mid-high. Leg! That sucked. Hey!
Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking
Fight.
Dude, that move is busted as fuck. This guy knows. 8. Dude, Claudio has too many good lows. And I'm just Heihachi, trying to survive. Let's go. Boom.
nice combo.
Get robbed.
Excellent combo.
Fight.
Oh, shoot. Oh, wow. You just wake up doing that? Okay.
All set.
Nice combo.
Yeah.
Excellent.
They showed me an empty jar. Was in the hotel room, I think. Oh. I don't really remember, but I do remember eating a lot of it. I forgot who asked if I have extra jars because the con even ended. That might have been me. Just might, but I don't know if I'm bold enough to do that now. Like, I was shy as fuck as well. It was fun delivering the cookies during the con. It was super tiring as well, trying to balance attending the con and doing delivery. Yeah, totally. We have to improve on that when I do it next time. Maybe have like a few people help delivery. Like, just maybe. Although I probably can't help because I'm sorry, I'm very lazy. I like cookies. Marduk? Wait, what time is now? Oh shit. Oh shit. It's fine. Got treble help it, but that's it. Oh, treble. Never really talked to treble before, I think. Or maybe if I did, I just forgot.
Okay. Easy.
Dude, how's this 3 bars? How am I supposed to break the tackle?
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
What? Ooh, nice whiff punish.
I will pick him. Excellent tackle.
Ooh, they got robbed.
I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
Hey. There's no way I can break tackle. It's insane. Nice low. Nice take jab. Helping delivery sounds fun. It does actually. Oh. Oh, nice free punish. I was being dumb. Whoa. I think I can duck the second hit. Hey, I'd rather get hit. Yep. Hey. Death? Yeah. Oh, tackle is too strong.
calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
Oh, kick! I'm dead. Oh! I gotta choke. I'm choking. I ducked. Come by? Not bad.
Excellent combo. Excellent tech.
Nice moves. He's good. Not bad.
For the next battle.
Welcome back, Pinky. Hopefully chores went well. I'm surprised I still have this energy, but probably because, you know, I met a good doctor and I felt so good ever since.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
Yo, hi, Kamala. What, Kamala? Come on, Kamala.
Emotional damage!
You know I love you too, my god. Well, you know. How you doing, Kamala? That's not that punishable. I think that's stuckable. Hey, dick wicked. Oh, I'm dead. I actually bet my ass for it. 1+2 break? Fuck.
Fight.
Just chilling? Nice. Chilling on almost 2 AM? Even more nice. I hardly do this now, but I miss doing this, honestly. Hell sweep! Hell sweep! Nah. 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 I was waiting for that shit.
I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
Oh, nice. Roblin. Sorry, there was a misinput. Sorry. Nice combo. I fell for it. Oh no, I didn't break through. I'm dead. Damage. Oh. Let's go. Feels good. Stonks. I was kind of afraid after that rage drive I might misinput the electric, but I didn't. Feels good on the right side too.
Emotional damage.
For them. Feels good. Okay, I want to play more. Like, I don't care. I want to play more. 2am used to be the time I wished me put Duelist theme. Oh god, no. Duelist theme on and turn brain off, weirdly peaceful. Oh, now it's not 2am for you, right? Had empty hours? I always listen to... Oh, you know the newest Monster Hunter Rise has the chill version of music? Oh, I absolutely adore the... Oh, what's it called again? The village, the village theme, but not Kamura Village, the other one. Chill Dragon? It's not really Chill Dragon. It's not Velkhana. But I do love Velkhana a lot. God, I love all the dragons there. I cannot choose. But no, the chill version of the music. Beyond the Blue something, I think. I don't really remember the name, but yeah, that's good. Also, let me drink. Thanks, Ryuki. You love dragons too? Oh yeah! I even have a dragon simping corner on my Discord server. Hell yeah! Collect all the MTG dragons. I used to do that as well. Music for music of lower energy. Yeah. Well, I could show you my model for a little bit. Shit. Well, the one that I'm working on currently. See, I kind of want to change the stomach because the last time I looked at it, I think the stomach's too thick. Like, it's not. That looks like a feral two-legged dragon. Know what I mean? Lei Chao Bla? Oh. Oh god, we can hear Michael Jackson. Oh yeah, I have Michael Jackson mod for Lee, so enjoy. I know I'm gonna enjoy it. Let's go.
Okay, easy. Fight.
Ooh-hee. Good gods. Trying to punish? You're trying to zone me away? Nuh-uh. Nice. That's not a punish, but I press the button. Cameraman! Why you drunk? Let's go, best combo ever.
Nice combo.
I hit it here.
What the
What the hell is that? Yeah. Ooh, I'll take it. I didn't duck. Oh, nice. Ooh, damagey. I ducked. Ooh, damagey. That's good. Ow. That is so good.
I can't understand. Fucking
Got my ass handed to me. Don't do that. Woohoo. Ow! Delay home kick? Why? Oh, sliding.
Nice combo.
I tried to punish. Yeet. Did they hop kick again? Big Jack? Oh, nice. A. Oh, that's high. Ooh. What? What are you trying to do? I think the high crushes.
Nice
Good low.
combo. Excellent combo.
Oh, it's so good. I cannot be too loud as well. Fuck. Yeah, it's like 2 a.m. Oh yeah.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
Hunting horn? What? Do you know duck the second hit as well? Oh, I want to try it. Duck the second? Oh, okay, well that's a different story then. I'm gonna try again. Oh god. Yeah, they do. Of course they do. Good though. Stream until 5 AM. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. Why? Oh, magic ball, nice. Excuse me, game. Nice duck.
Nice combo.
I'm getting red like a bug.
Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Okay.
Fight.
Nice combo.
I will take him.
Oh, I got greedy.
Nice combo.
Oh, this Lee is good. Five AM stream? Oh no no. Mati lah aku kalau saya stream until 5 AM. Mean you had the spirit 8 AM. Brutally? Yeah, the Lee is really good. I like it.
Easy.
Fight.
I never realized how good Lee's keep out is. Nice low. Didn't expect it to finish the string. Plus. Hi? Why would you do that? I ducked. I ducked. I ducked part 2.
What the fuck is that?
Fight.
They duck so good. Sliding. God, Lee has such good keep up pools. I don't know how to get in.
Excellent.
Still works. Spam test filter.
Fight.
Nice magic 4. They tried sliding.
Nice combo.
Oh! I need to
Excellent
figure out how to get in. I never fought such good Lee.
Get ready for the next battle.
They're reading me like a book. Like I try to sidestep left most of the time. They do homing when they see me try to sidestep. That is the amount of situational awareness that they have. I have to figure out how to get in. Now, I'm trying to get in, but I just keep getting counter hit as well, which is like really bad. Nice, I ducked.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
The weakest side? No punish. That's not a punish. Plus. Look at that. Nice. I press one.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
That's good.
I hate Tekken.
That move's so good.
Excellent teku.
Nice. I tried to low parry too many times. They saw it.
Fight.
Oh. Not that punishable. Oh, that was bad. I didn't duck that. That BF4 is so good. That's mine. Oh!
I hate Tekken. Excellent teku.
Oh, nice sliding. I'm dead.
Nice combo.
that was me panicking. Oh, make large high.
Is the shit game. Trash game.
I'm honestly having fun against this Lee.
Get ready for the next
They're doing so good keeping me out. I'm delaying buttons, we can't really tell this game. Some can be delayed. Only the only delay string that I can do, it's 1 back 2. The Arlak,
Fight.
this one. Yeah, you see I can delay that a lot. Whoa! Beautiful. That was hard to do.
Nice combo.
The best 10 frame punish in the game, but also the hardest execution in the game as well. Shit. Nice. We need to block more.
I hate Tekken.
Ooh. Nice.
Nice
Hunting Hog is good, but sometimes I use it too much.
I can't understand you.
Oh.
Fight.
Thanks, Big Mage. How you doing? Boss. Oh god. Did they hop kick? Why?
I hate Tekken.
Yeah, I deserve that. I don't know why I did. I don't know why I did Hell Sweep there. That was me being dumb. Or maybe my brain is trying to go autopilot. Gonna pet my booba? Well... No, oh, I want to play more. No, now I have to debate if I want to sleep or not. Which I kind of want to. Okay, one more. It's 2:10 a.m. All good, and I'll take a break. Oh no, the cursed one more. You know sometimes how I feel about the one more thing? The game feels more fun. I don't know how to explain this, but when I usually do the I'll play one more, the game feels especially fun when I start to say okay, just one more. And then after that, the game feels really good. I don't want to stop. Even worse. And it's gonna take a lot more willpower than the usual just to get me to stop, I guess. It's like a spell, kinda, right? One more, it'll be fun. Yeah, but I just got here. I know, but it's like 2 a.m. You don't seem the best at approaching. Heihachi, kinda. Right? Heihachi meetings leave with a lot of trouble if you let them approach instead of the other way. Honestly, I have no idea. I never played Lee myself, but that Lee just now was absolutely incredible to play against.
Okay.
We still need to do the pause opposite. Guaranteed. I ducked. Oh fuck! I dick jabbed.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
Bitch.
What the fuck is that?
Bitch.
Fight.
Oh, nice. Okay, Ryuki. Have good luck with assignments. Oh god, it's a heckin' unblockable counter hit launcher low? Damn, I can see why so many people wants to play Yoshimitsu. But then again, he's hard to play, so... Nice. Woohoo. Oh, nice combo. Gonna flash me? That sounds wrong, but it's what the move called. Oh god. Oh god. Dude, that twice, but I messed up. What the hell? What's that?
Excellent combo.
Gonna quote. And there's actually a quoting function if you want. I won't tell you what though. Dark Crypt, hi. Hi Crypt. Where's my mouse? I found it. Oh. Echo insert quote. Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Easy. Fight.
Ooh, that's a launcher.
Excellent.
I need to recognize some of these, don't worry.
Fight.
Oh! Wow. I'm getting maximum clown on. But then again, I deserve this. Since I don't really know the Yoshimitsu matchup. So yeah.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
Nice, that was a whiff. Oh, I got baited.
nice combo. Excellent combo.
They did two highs. I thought they're gonna do high again. So I ducked. I'm surprised they want to play with me again though. Even though they're actually clowning on me, I understand. But hey. It's Yoshimitsu. Yoshimitsu is supposed to clown on people. At least that's how their playstyle is, you know? Crip Stinky!
Okay. Easy. Fight.
Nice.
Nice combo.
I guess I have to jab that one, or is that guaranteed? I
Fight.
don't think that's guaranteed though. There has to be a way on how to stop that. Nice combo. Woo. Yeah, that's a high, that's a high.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
But a long one? But nice duck. The micro duck into launch, insane. Fair enough. Ooh.
nice combo.
Damn.
Excellent combo.
There has to be something I can do against Boots.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, I'm still surprised that he wants to play with me though. I'm like actually terrible against this guy. But I'll try to understand what's going on. It seems what they're trying to tell me is that I have to disrespect sometimes. I feel I'm not pressing buttons enough against how they play, I think. Well, I think. I'm not too sure. That's how I feel anyway.
Okay. Easy. Fight.
Ooh, guaranteed.
Nice
Ooh.
combo. Excellent combo.
So many
What
moves
the
I never
fuck is
seen
that?
before.
Fight.
Is that not a high? Ooh, high crushes, okay. Oh, oh.
I will pick him. Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking.
Fight.
Oh, I'm dead. It's guaranteed. Unseeable low launcher? Actually scary. 2 hits? Nice.
Combo. Excellent combo.
Who wouldn't want to play against a Hayashi main? Hayashi is very human character. I don't know human character except for some like Kuma, Panda, Yoshi. And Brian's like half human. One more. Uh-oh. Buttless? Hey yo. We need butts.
New challenger.
Did Tekken 7 give you any new ideas for Street Fighter 6 main? Oh, I already know who I want to main in Street Fighter 6. Marissa! Marissa number 1! Have you seen Marissa though? Damn. Buff woman. Yeah, definitely steal her. No, Roxas is like Mandan, I think. Or even Cammy. She's over 2 meter big. Wow. It's a yes in my book. Okay, legit last one, I feel dizzy. I mean, playing Tekken is what I did before. Like, playing Tekken during midnight is what I did when I first started streaming. Devil Jin? Oh, dude, look at that profile picture. God. Can I sleep tonight? I mean, to be fair, my profile picture is nothing as tame, but still.
Okay. Easy.
Let's go.
Fight.
Ooh, nice. Nice bit.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Ooh.
I hate Tekken. Excellent tackle. Come on, man. I can't understand you. Fucking
Fight.
Oh, nice. Oh, that looks good. Ooh.
I hate Tekken. Excellent.
Maybe I need to play more aggressively. Just maybe. Oh god. Hell Schweeb! Damage still feels scary as hell. Nice. No?
Nice combo.
I think that was the worst punish of all time. 112. I punished with down 4.
Get ready for the next battle.
Good old Devojin. Beloved character for a reason. He's still strong as hell, but not as brain dead as he was in season 3. Like legit, you can win with Devojin with just upward 4 or Hell Sweep. That's it. That's all you need.
Okay. Easy. Fight.
That's a nice punish. Nice stab, that was beautiful. My stab is terrible, however.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Ooh, nice. Wow, that hits insane combo. Nice. I was ducking for 10 years. I'm still ducking.
I hate Tekken. Excellent tackle. I hate Tekken.
Oh, I was late on the punish.
Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking
Fight.
I hate Tekken.
Oh, nice. I was stuck on.
Excellent tech.
Damn, that damage for a hell sweep, insane.
아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해요 이거.
Fight.
Nice. Nice hell sweep. Sidewall saves life. I ducked.
Excellent tech.
Ooh, let's go.
Nice play. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
Nice dodge. The micro dodge, insane. Ooh, hell sweep. That feels good.
Excellent tech. 리소 OP.
Dude, I messed up my combo like 10,000 times because my thumb actually hurts. But damn, that was good. Like, I can't believe I played for like 4 hours. And then I found someone that's absolutely amazing to play against. Stretched hand? No, it's just a matter of me pressing too many D-pad buttons.
Easy.
Fight.
But I could try, definitely. Oh, you get nice. Come for 1-2. Stinky. Good check. Oh, nice. That tracks. Hi, Devin.
What is that?
Stinky. Oh, nice. Ooh, nice step. Hell sweep!
Excellent tech.
Whoa, that's a weird low. Nice.
I can't understand.
Fight.
Lots of points, eh? Oh. Oh, nice. I didn't break it. They're not gonna do lows anymore, I'm pretty sure. Uh-oh.
나이스
I
콤보.
deserve this.
엑셀런트
I kinda just autopilot towards the end.
게임. 클래식 게임.
Ultimate Stinky Boom. You just became the ultimate Stinky Boom. The ultimate. You just run up and throw the leg so far. It's a weird low. I mean, Heihachi has that low as well. CD3. Hold forward or hold down forward, I think. Yeah. I love how I have sidestepping of S+. That's a lie. This Devil Jin right here is stronger.
Fight.
It's a fast down foot too. Oh, I jabbed.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. What the fuck is
My jab
that?
got clipped.
Fight.
Ooh, jank. Oh, holy shit, this guy's whip punishing like crazy.
엑셀런트 테크.
Yeet.
I think perfect.
Nice.
엑셀런트 콤보. I can't understand. Fucking.
Fight.
This is such a strong hell sweep. Nice combo. Hell sweep!
I think Tekken. I think Tekken.
Oh, nice, I'm dead. You guys will forget about this memory, huh?
콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보.
What memory you talking about?
Tekken is for shit game. Trash game.
That was a good rage art.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, I'm getting dizzy. Actually, yeah, I'm just gonna... I'll play one last one, like for real, for real. What if in Tekken 8 we get Ogre and Devil combo Heihachi? The Heihachi will never become Devil, because Heihachi... The existence of Heihachi is to destroy the Devil Jin, the Devil Genes. Oh.
I think Tekken. 나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
I think Tekken.
Oh! Yeah. I almost read that one. Nice.
combo.
I was stuck on.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
Oh.
I hate Tekken.
Oh, I almost saw that coming. Nice. It's a safe hill sweep too, I think.
Fight.
Who in your right mind would give a safe on block hill sweep? Jesus. Oh, I did that! Nice combo. Nice, that was a whiff punish. Nice. No, this one doesn't count. I wanna play more. Let's see if they rematch. Oh, they do, wow.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, they rematch. So I have to play more. I'm actually getting you know how I always say that when I'm tired and I feel half drunk. That's how I'm feeling right now.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
Yeah, that's a punish. Ooh, damagey! Can you take a reaction test of the matches? Oh, sure.
Fight.
Woohoo! I might be dead. Oh, the hell sweep! I saw that.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
Oh. I'm Heihachi. They never expect that.
excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해.
Fight.
Oh, I did that as well. Oh, unfortunate lag. Oh, I got clipped. That was nice. Good, good, good.
combo. Excellent combo. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
I was fuzzy guarding.
Excellent combo. Excellent tackle.
I was actually fuzzy guarding. I'll take it. Ooh, instant rematch. Oh, they don't take that shit. Make a comeback? I think I did. How is my combo damage S+? I keep messing up. What the heck is the tenacity?
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
Hell sweep! Hell sweep! Nice. Why do you keep pushing me away from the wall? Actually, I didn't mention you. I didn't notice you keep doing that.
Nice combo.
Like they were doing the waifu. They were pushing me away from the wall, actually helping me. Nice. That was good. Hell sweep! Hell sweep! Ooh, that was good. No more hell sweep? I don't trust you. Oh, too far. I delayed it. If I delayed a little bit more, I could have hit them.
Fight.
Hell sweep! They're gonna hell sweep here. Hell sweep! Hell sweep! Hell sweep!
Nice combo. Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡하냐 이거.
Fight.
Nice. Oh. Hello? What the fuck? Oh shit. Dragon Ball? Nah, this corner sucks.
Excellent tackle. Nice combo.
That was funny as hell. Okay, one more. Like, for real. Playing Lego Batman right now. Lego? Batman? Probably because I don't know anything about Legos. That was good as hell. GG's, man. That's really good. Alright. Bye-bye, Jin. That was really fucking good. I cannot believe I won against that Devil Jin a few times. Like, undeserved. Like, clearly that Devil Jin has more execution than I have. Or probably because I'm just half awake. Hello, who these? Oh, I think it's Ryuki's. Yeah, okay. I'll accept it afterwards. Actually, I'll accept it now. Hee. Hide it. I cannot just dox someone. Open beta? Huh? Is it an open beta now? Oh god. In a few days? Oh shit. Probably. I don't know if my PC can actually handle all of these. Like, I don't know if my PC can handle Street Fighter 6, even the lowest quality. I mean, my PC can handle the lowest quality Street Fighter 6, but not on high settings, not even ultra. Like high, my PC is like struggling. So I'll try to set it into like super potato and then try to stream it then. I think that's a good way to try it. Yeah. Alright, let's go to OC Remix again. Crypt PT of the Necro Dancer OST OC. Nice. May 90th May to 22nd. Oh shit! You know what 90th May is? My streamiversary stream. My streamiversary is that day. Okay, do I want to raid now? I don't know. I did say that I don't want to raid just now, but let me see who's on. Stream fears. Wow, what the fuck? Harmonica is still on. Damn. I need to sleep. It's like almost 3 a.m. Honestly, I have no idea. Can I skip? Do I skip? I don't know. You know, I'm feeling the I don't want to raid energy again. It happens sometimes. I don't know why. Like there's nothing wrong with anyone at all. It's just me being afraid to interact with other people. You know, I have moments like that. And by moment, I mean pretty much all the time. I am absolutely terrified. Break with hope. Hopefully, but this thing has been like has been with me for the longest of time. Like I always avoid interactions. Even as a middle school little kid, I suffer from it. It's like a huge thing for me. Like I just cannot. I get terrified all the time. Yeah, I can renew energy, definitely. I'll definitely renew energy, yeah. I mean, since it's like a trip that is intended for meeting, I'm pretty sure I might be able to just sleep the whole day over there if I want to. Like, if I want, I could definitely sleep the whole day. But that's a matter of if. No way, I'm gonna go to outdoor theme park. I'm gonna try to find some time to actually go to the outdoor theme park because, fuck, I want to go to the theme park. It's been so long. Has been basically empty on social interactions since Monday myself. Oh, I don't know about social interactions. I mean, I did have social interactions from time to time with my real life friends. At least they're good enough. They're really good to me, by the way. they are like taking me in. I'm like a little baby who doesn't know how to talk. They did mention that they appreciate my presence though, even though I don't talk much. And they say they understand that. It's like, oh shit, yeah, okay. Like, they know that I don't talk much. Yay for good friends, definitely. I appreciate them a lot. Without them, I don't know if I don't know if, you know, they literally brought me out of like a little hole. Like they brought me out of my own shell. I was absolutely terrified of any interaction at all with anyone. Yeah, some friends brought me out. It's like, yeah, hell yeah, man. Let's go play. Let's go Cyber Cafe. And then until that point, from that point onwards, I feel a lot more comfortable talking with a few selection of friends, right? So yeah, we don't talk much either. Most friends could say about me was me being cute. Yeah, I think my friends, since my friends are kind of like a normie, they don't really use the term cute at all. It's kind of weird to them to use the term cute, but to me, they just say me as like the derpy kind. I'm just there, I'm blur as fuck pretty much. And then they just appreciate my presence. Like, hell yeah, man, I appreciate y'all as well. Even though they might see that I'm very quiet and stuff, but they still think of me as like good friend. So, oh, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll definitely take it. They are hacking it great. Thanks, Pinky. I guess I'm just gonna raid. Okay, I'm gonna raid now. No, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Just raid. It's fine. Here, let me plug things real quick. Even though it's like a secret stream. Hey, gonna plug. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Discord, YouTube, and stuff. Oh yeah, speaking of YouTube, since I will not be streaming tomorrow, I'll update on Discord and also update on Twitch, and I forgot to actually upload my VODs to. I forgot to upload my VOD to YouTube. I'll do it tomorrow, and I'll schedule all of them for like a few days, so that at least I will not be void of the internet for a few days, you know. Yeah, I'll upload my VODs, including this one. Like I'll download this one once I'm like done with this. So I believe I downloaded all of them. Oh, did you guys know that I bought Crab Champions? More chance to steal Heihachi tech. Yeah, I downloaded all the VODs. Good. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna steal Heihachi tech though. I mean, I probably want to, but eh. Lazy. I just want to like play my own Heihachi. It's weird, but I'm not being super aggressive with my movements. You notice towards the last few matches against Devil Jin. I was just pretty much standing there waiting for them to do things. Oh yeah, reaction test. Speaking of reaction test. I own it since May 9th? Sounds about right. I was so happy that I bought the game after the doctor's visit. So yeah, sounds about right. Is it human benchmark? Reaction time test? Okay, I have the thing here. Wait, this one? With the red game is always linked with good memory. Click as quickly as you can. Oh, when the red box turns green. Oh shit, okay. Okay, let's do it. That's mine. Oh, average reaction time is 273. I'm 200 ms is my sober standard, and party was hitting 800. Oh shit. I don't think I'm that slow since I can still I can still focus, so I'm not that drunk. Maybe it's just tired in general. Yeah. I can still kind of focus. But then this one is not as accurate because You know, in Tekken we have like 10,000 different choices, and then this one is just like this one is just like one thing I have to focus, so it's pretty easy. Can it go faster than this? Is it possible? Nope, that's slower. I guess that's my average. Yeah, that wow, look at that. Yeah, that's my average. Lychee juice? Damn. How are you drunk from drinking juice? Oh, we hit 5 hours. It's like my normal stream time. Fuck yeah. Alright, let's rate Flint. 5 hours, baby. I can't believe it. It's 3 AM. I officially hit 3 AM. Oh god, how did I even keep up with this back then? Holy shit. Although I did only stream 3 days a week, so probably. But damn, this takes a lot out of me. I enjoyed it though, I totally do. Alright, let me type in the raid to Feathered Flynn. Oh, Flynn is playing like a horror game, I think? Garden of Banban too. Around 220.
TTS test. Me wonders what would happen if two shy, quiet ones like us were to meet with nobody else around.
If I enjoy the vibe, even though I'm quiet, I do enjoy. Like I'll enjoy a presence. If a presence is enjoyable in my book, I'm totally okay with it. Just being quiet, it's okay. Yeah, quite enjoy. You know, just enjoy a presence of, like, just enjoy the accompaniment, something like that. So yeah, I'm okay with that. If I'm uncomfortable, you know, I will speak up. I'm a little bit too straightforward at times. Well, only at times, but most of the time I don't even dare to speak my own mind. So usually I'll be straightforward to those I trust. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Still to learn that I cannot speak up to someone who I don't know well. Okay, I time with the raid to Feathered Flint. I'm ready to raid. I'm just gonna I'll update everything tomorrow. Well, to quote unquote today. It's already a new day, alright? When I wake up, I'll do everything on Discord, I'll do everything on YouTube, so that you guys you know, I can still, at least I still exist on the internet for a few days, né? Oh, thanks, Pinky. Alright, I type it right. So, who are being filmed by Raid? Oh yeah, livestream Genting. I don't think the connection is good enough for me to do that. The connection is horrendous in Genting. It's impossible. Like I cannot even load this slide over there, or I can't even load Dragalia Lost when I was in Genting a few years back. It's insane. It's that terrible. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some sleep, get some rest. Gonna pack for the trip tomorrow, you know, on Friday, so yeah. Don't miss me too much. Many tiny streams. Oh god, that's gonna be so you know, I don't know I don't know what the term is, but that will be so dirty for the VOD section. We'll miss ya. I'll miss y'all too. I'll definitely be back. Shut the fuck. I did say that. Okay, fine. Yeah. Then before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you, even though it's like it's pretty much just me playing Tekken, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Guys are amazing. Alright, know that you guys are loved, you guys are valued, you guys all matter. Alright? Very valuable. Good night, Tinte. I want to go sleep now. Yes, very in love, thanks. Thank you. I've been trying to remind myself of that as well. Like, I'm also, you know, I have some self-worth. It's not a shit to again, here comes a raid to Feathered Flynn. Boom. I'll do that afterwards then. Oh. Can we steal Flint shiny? Oh, Seribot? Where's Seribot? Oh, there it is. A cat's normal pulse is 140 to 240 beats per minute? Wow. Did they remove dog fact for a little bit? Yeah, I'm using that. Combos are raiding all your shinies. do click that link to Feathered Flint's channel. Yeah, we raided there. Thanks, Pinky. I should really consider that because the Twitch raid is still weird. So weird. Can I smack cheese on cat slowly? They'll just get stunned permanently. Well, not permanently, for a long time. Good night, everyone. I'll see you guys on next Thursday. I'll update everything on Discord afterwards and also on Twitch channel. I'll do more art then, right? So be safe, everyone. Love y'all. Bye bye.